Now we're going to mount a standing duck, in this case a standing wood duck. We're going to skin a bird out, a duck, and I'm going to show you how to do that. Now this is going to be for a standing pose, but it applies for different poses too. The only thing is, if you're doing like a flying bird, a final approach or something, you want to run wires to the wings. But for a standing or something like a swimming, where the wings are going to be like tucked on top of the back, then you're not going to need wires run to the wing. Midsection here, right here where the breastbone is, and I want to find that midsection. And there it is. And I want to cut up from underneath, of course. A lot of times they can separate the feathers and make it easier to see that separation. Well, here's what we got to do. Okay, we need to. This guy's missing some of his wing. Yeah, they cut off their wings, some of them, where they cut off some of the wings where they can't fly away. Midsection, right there on the bone, you can feel that bone. And you just cut up underneath, all the way down to about where the anus is. Sometimes I'll run to like maybe one side or other side of that bone. I mean, it's kind of a good guide, tell you where you need to cut. So I'm working my way straight down towards the anus, cutting from underneath. See the skin starting to peel back towards the top. I don't go far past the breast or anything. I just want to stay within reason. I don't want to make my incision like all the way halfway up the neck or anything. So I can see a little bit of that membrane. I pull back and just run my blade. Pull back, run my blade over that membrane stretched out, and watch it separate. I do the same thing on this side. We're down here, about an inch or so above the anus, I guess. I'm going to start working my way out from the center of the incision. Pull back, see a little bit of membrane, run my sharp edge over that membrane and watch it separate. Just watch it separate. Do the same thing to the other side. Watch it separate. You see the meat on the inside here. Yeah, you just pull back and just run your point of your knife over it and watch it separate. Just like you do any kind of bird. A turkey, they all skin out the same way. Yeah, there's a little breastbone right there. You can get the edge of your knife and just kind of run. I've been going up this side of it. I mean, it's right up the side of that bone. You get up under there, under the skin. Cut straight up, and see how that separated real good. Work down the side, go as far as you can till we get to some joints we need to cut through. Getting down close to some leg joints here in a little bit. It's not wrong to use a little water on these downy feathers to kind of get them out of the way. Some of those birds, I use a lot of water just to separate feathers so I can. Okay, here's around the anus. Well, I'm still far, but I guess you say the tailbone and all that stuff. running my blade, separating membrane, going down a little bit more, going down. Get a little borax in there if you want to, if you need it. Kind of keep things from sticking and what have you. I do a lot of separating right here on this side. I just take everything as far as I can go. Kind of frees me up on space or what I need to do. If you got it skinned as far down on the side, it helps because you're getting close to. You're on the other side. See that membrane there, and just running my sharp point of my knife along it, bringing it down. Right here on the side. I'll go as far down as I reasonably can without doing any serious damage. Same with the other side. Going right along the tailbone. Pull out just slightly enough to see that membrane so I can run my corner of my knife over it. Right up here, separate it a little bit. Okay, we're pretty much where the legs are. Separate a little bit more right here. Free it up a little bit above it, so take this breast down a little bit. Yeah, you can just see there's a meat and doing a little separating there, and just pull back and run there, right there, right there. Okay, and like I do with birds and all that stuff, I like to expose that knee joint. It's right there anyway. And I can see it right here. I can feel where the two parts of the knee come together. And yeah, it's just right there. Yeah, I can feel it with my finger because it's just cartilage. And yeah, if it's going to separate, that's where it'll separate. Okay, you can see it right here. It's the knee joint. You can't beat it. I mean, you can't mistake it. And to make sure I find it, a lot of times I'll do a couple little soft snips just to make sure I find that cartilage, so I can make sure I cut right through it where it needs to be cut through. And it's got to be right in here. There it goes. See? And I didn't cut through any skin or anything. And then I just, yeah. There it is. I'll even skin the leg out just a little just to show it to you. But here it is. And it is separated. Our hemostats can kind of help you see what's going on. But, yeah. But all birds skin out the same way. You just don't want to cut through your skin or anything. And they're going to run my point of my knife over the edge. I don't worry about holding legs up or anything on my ducks like I would a turkey or something. But yeah, you can see it's separated, but there's still some stuff holding it. Let's see what we got here. There we go. So a little tendon still trying to connect a little bit. I'm doing this kind of to show you. It's just like a mini drumstick. On down. That's your drumstick. And you can skin all the way down to about where the knee is. And we'll do that later. But that's how you disconnect it. You just have to say that's separate. That's the drumstick. You gotta skin the leg out a little bit more, but we'll do that later after we undo the other one, and then we'll go to the wings. So basically, I found the joint. Even helped a little bit with a blade where the knee joint is. Then you just snip through it. The cartilage separates. You just use your shears, and you just kind of be easy with it. You want to make sure you find the joint and just snip through it. And then usually I just decontact my joints first, and I worry about like trying to skin out. But I wanted to show you kind of. So I sort of showed you. I sort of just skin it out a little. Yeah, down here around this tailbone, I get these two tailbone things sticking out. I can free up a lot of that stuff around there. And be careful, it's real kind of tender right in that area. So I'm separating that tailbone, bringing it down. So that's kind of what I got going on. Just run that knife right along that membrane. And we're almost to the anus here. Free all that space around where you're working, it helps. Okay, now here we got the leg joint, and I'm going to skin this out a little bit better so you can see what's going on. Let's see. And then we just separating that membrane with the edge of your point of your knife. And might want to go up this breastplate a little bit more if you have to. I mean, yeah. That's pretty good right there. I went all the way up to where the breast starts to V off, up here before they get to the neck. So that ought to be plenty. Now, here's one side of the breast, and then you've got the other side. So I'm getting close. I want to bring it down. What it is, we want to be able to get to that wing bone. Here again, I'm just separating, pulling on the side, and yeah, just basically separating the membrane with the edge of my knife. I'm going to be careful not to try to put any major holes in it. Yeah, I'm right here. Pretty darn close. Okay, taking it down. I should be able to find where that wing bone attaches. Oh, it attaches right here. I can literally feel where the wing bone attaches. Wing bone attaches. Yeah, I can feel it where it goes into the body, right here. I can even feel the joint pretty much. It's right here. I got my finger right there on the joint. Here, let me cut through a little bit of that breast right there on the side. Just to expose where the joint is. Yeah. And yeah, right here. What we're going to do, we're going to snip through that the same way. I'm just cutting through the side of the breast. That's a little bit hard to see. So we'll just snip through that joint. Yeah, there's another ball joint right there, or like a joint, and you just have to feel it. You're just snipping through joint cartilage, and it's in between the joint, and you can see I'm kind of working with it. And and went right through it. There's where it is, right there. Back of the breast kind of area. Let's see, let me separate. I'll let you see a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, there's a joint there. We just snip to that joint. Just like a turkey or anything. And you just snip through that joint. A little bit of that cartilage. And just for the sake of showing you, I'll go ahead and get my hemostats on it. And we're going to skin it out after we undo the other joint, but I'm just kind of showing you what we got going on. Okay. So here's the wing. Probably want to separate that a little bit. It's connected a little bit. You can see I got my hemostats on the wing. When you skin him out, you might want to do this anyway. I just want to show you. Hey, you snip through the joint where it connects to the breast. And yeah. And I'll even show you again on the other side. It might be a better example. Okay, free up a little bit of that skin around it if you can. Let's get the point of my blade and start snipping around. And I'm just separating everything. Using the aid of my fingers to spread things a little. I don't want to tear anything by any means. But, okay, I'll work the upper edge of his breast a little bit. I can. Free up some of that space. That'll help too, kind of like in the lower neck area. Yeah, that helps a little. Free up some of that space and make it a little easier for you to see as well. But okay. You get this wing out when you feel where it goes into the body. It goes in right here on the side, and just kind of cut into it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. You just basically separate cartilage. So I'm going right between the ball and where it goes into like a big joint, and just separating it. Yeah, it's that easy. It's like a big joint. Let me see if I can show you a little better. But what I'm getting at is it's separated. I may separate some of that meat around it so y'all see what's going on. But yeah, there's a joint in there. You can see it right here. Well, it fits inside the other side. It's like a bowl on one side and the ball on the other. And I just kind of cut through that with your shears and separate everything. There's some tendons there you got to cut through. Okay, that went through really easy. And cut the meat out from around it so you can see what's going on. Maybe we can do it now. I want to grab the end of this wing. And you sort of see what's going on. Just like the other side. I want to skin it out better. I'm going to go ahead and cut to the tail and all that stuff and hang him upside down. But before I do that, I want y'all to see what's going on. Here's the wing right here where it's been separated. That's it. I still got my skin out. We'll do that later. Just kind of wanting to show you what's going on. That's your wing disconnected right there at that joint where it goes into the body. Now we got to do the tail. Go down to the tail. I'm going to skin out a little bit better here. Working the sides, freeing stuff up. Not only in the front, but on the sides if you can. You got some leg muscles there that help separate things. And you separate that membrane from the skin. You know, that can get that later, I guess. But you can see we're getting close to the tailbone. We're at the anus. There's a lot of stuff right there in the guts here. So I stayed above that for the most part. And just using the edge of my knife. Now we're getting to this anus. We got to cut through it. There's no way around it. We got to get to the anus to get to the spine. So I know I'm far enough down. So I'm going to go ahead and, you know, you're going to have a little bit extra of that spine attached to your tailbone that you'll get off when you're skinning. So right now all I'm worried about is breaking it so we can start peeling him back. Well, so I know, just to show you, I could really get my shears right now, just kind of feel for that tailbone. Oop, I got it. Probably, if I wanted to, I could go ahead and do this. See, a lot of this stuff can still be left on the body though. All this meat here from I guess some of the thigh. And I think I already cut through it right here, but there's your spinal cord. Right through it. Real easy to put a hole in this guy. Got to get right above that. There's a layer of fat there, and you want to be careful. But he's separated right along and you can see he's peeling out. But I want to do a few things to the head. I tend to always forget this. Take the tongue out now. There you go, you pull it out. Toss it. And that's all his tongue. Now we put him up on a skinny gambrel, or in my case, I got like a little hook, and what it does, it's just a piece of wire sharpened on the edge, and it'll hook under one of these tailbone sides. It's pretty much where you put a skinny gambrel too. Well, you know, they'll have some more hooks so for a more secure thing, but I've only got one hook on a rope. But what I'll do is I'll get up under here as far back as I can where it'll grab a lot of meat and everything. Never have any trouble skinning him out. You know, hanging him up and skinning him. Okay, I just got a hook on a rope. It's just a piece of 10 gauge wire with a point on the end of it. Well, now I've got my duck. And these little tailbone things, I do just like I do on a turkey. I mean, this holds a turkey up and everything. And I just stick that point as far back as I can along that tailbone, where it's going to grab a lot of meat. Start right here along the back. Super thin skin right back here on the back. And you just want to be super, super careful with that. It's almost just pure back with a little bit of skin over the top of it. So I pull down, I still see that membrane. I just rake the point of my X-Acto knife. Probably even go at an angle if you wanted to a little bit. Just go right along the edge of it, and right there along the back, and leave as much meat as you can on the skin without cutting through it. You know, it's safer to have a little bit of meat on the skin than to cut through it by trying to leave it all on the carcass. So just be careful of that. Here on the side here. I've got a bird body that'll fit, but I got to make sure it's the right size. If not, I might have to wrap one real quick. So we might have to wrap us another bird body. Oh, I also did one for a grouse on here. Wrapped a bird body for a grouse. So see, that's where the joint was for the thigh. It's separated. Now it's going to just keep on gliding down. Now we're getting to the wings. Still working along the back for the most part. Well, you got to remember we already made the incision and skin out the front, so it's all down the back, pretty much. Now when we get to the neck area, you know, it's gonna, see here's where the right there, right here. Right here. And right here. Right there. It's where the joints we cut through the wings, the wing joints. And we're right here. I could even help it out a little bit. Get on the side of that wing joint and do a little bit more cutting. But there's some meat that's inevitably going to be left on the bird. I'm just going to have to cut through it. And same with the other side. I got my finger just kind of cupping over everything, keeping feathers out of the way. On this side, that side, that side, over here. I just kind of work the neck around and around. Kind of using the corner of my blade so I don't accidentally make a big old cut in him or anything. Still got a long way to go to his neck, bottom of his head. I'm going to keep on going. Kind of helping it out a little bit. Just being careful. On your bigger birds, weight does all this for you, but you have to kind of help it out on these big light birds, or these small light birds. Let's see, from this we can determine our neck length, our neck width. And you don't always have to go by by a guide or something. Although they got those guides. Sometimes I go by those guides. What it is in the catalog, they have places for eye color, eye size, for whatever particular bird you're mounting, and even neck width and neck length for the particular bird that you're mounting. So all that comes in handy. But you've also got it if you need it. I mean, you've got it right here. You got, your live specimen. So when it comes to neck width, body length, or body width, or body size, and all that stuff, go by the bird you got, because you may have a smaller bird or something, and have to use a bird body from a different bird because your bird is smaller. I mean, yeah, run into that a lot. So let's see. So I'm about as far as I can go anyway. But I'll go a little bit further just to aid, so I can ensure to get my shears down in there and snip as close to the base of the skull as you can get. And if you don't get it all the way, just remember how much is on the skull and add it to your neck length. If you leave 3/8 of an inch of neck material on the bottom of your bird's head, just make sure to include that in your neck length so you don't have a short neck bird or something. I do that sometimes, just if I leave a little bit of neck on there, but I think we're pretty well good right now, so it's not going to be an issue with us. That's pretty good. I like to get down in there, and I know that's the base of the skull right there. Yes. Just took a snip, that's all it took. There we go. And we use this bird body for wrapping another body. We got our neck width, our neck length. Everything is right here in front of us. And a lot of times, especially if I wrap a body, I just go like to, where the neck comes out of the body. About right in here. And where these joints are, I don't, when he's kind of rounded like that. Let's see, it looks like about a, now if I use an artificial body, I'll go ahead and go all the way to where it connects to the body, as far as the neck length. If I'm on a wrap body, I'm mainly concerned about where he connects right here. which looks about like 4.5. Yeah, probably 1/2 inch that way. And then this way I've got about 3/4. So I've got 3/4 one way, 1/2 inch the other. So I'll look at the chart and see if they recommend a 3/4 or a 1/2 inch. Well, the reference showed 5 1/4 length by 5/8 as far as the diameter. So I think I'm pretty close with this. It's more than a 1/2 inch. I think this is supposed to be 5/8. So yeah, about halfway, just in 5/8, right. Yeah, about right there. Yeah, just in 5/8. It'll work. It calls for 5 1/4 though. I guess I could stick with 5 1/4 and yeah, just gotta cut off just about a 1/2 inch, literally just a 1/2 inch off of this. And I've got my 5/8 necking material. Yeah, also in the catalogs, a lot of times they got something like this, and it shows the neck material size. It's about 5/8 is what I think. It's gonna work for this smaller size duck, so it's gonna be perfect. I've got a bird flesher, but I've heard a lot of people say with these wood ducks, it's better not to, I guess, even use a bird flesher or something on them. I don't know. I think you just got to be real careful. But before I invert the head, I'm going to get what I can off the neck. So, might be something we don't have to worry about later. That's what I'm getting at. Got like a lot of this fat around here, and it's got a lot. I'll kind of scrape it sideways motion, get a lot of this around the neck off with my X-Acto knife, kind of like from a sideways motion. We'll use a wire wheel here in a little while. The closer you get to the head, of course, it's not as bad. It's just basically skin is all it is. Get around the lower neck and everything. You've got a lot. Now some people just take their time with like a X-Acto knife and just slowly take it off and don't do any damage to the bird, which is a good way to do it actually. It's coming right off. It's even pulling off a little bit. See, I'm going at a sideways angle. I'm trying to rake. I'd rather rake than slice and put a big hole in it. So I just take my time. I'm a little hesitant to even use the wire wheel on it. I've heard things about not even using a wire wheel on them. And yeah, you can do a lot without it. I got a mild hold already, didn't even know I put one in it, but I got one right here. It's small. Let's go ahead and skin him out now. Okay, here's the wing. Okay, right here where the skin's connected at, I'm going to pull on that wing bone until I see that membrane. Here we are. I'm even going to re-invert this guy too for a little while. There we are. He's looking good. Okay, yeah, I see. We got right here a little borax Try not to use too much where you can't see what's going on, but okay. There's our wing bone. And here we are, we're just separating membrane from the skin. I'm running my knife over that membrane. And you see the skin where the skin and the meat meet. And you just run your blade over it. Keep working it. I'll do one wing and then you know the other wing does the same thing. Right here. Let's see, let's go right here. Keep running, go that way, go this way. A lot of times, I've gotten used to using the hemos. It helps. Get some hemostats, or forceps, or whatever you want to call them. And yeah, just run. Well, the bone's too thick, but it aids. It aids in a lot of things. Okay, now we just keep on going down. Keep going down. I help. See, a lot of times I'll push with one finger, pull with another, just a little bit of dexterity, I guess, going to it. And then we, on this side we go that way. This side we go that way. Just freeing it up as you peel it down. What you got some wing bones that are connected. And they're actually connected, well, not there yet, but I'm getting close. Okay, we're getting down to here, keep working on down. Working on down. Working on down. We're at the joint, and then as you go past that wing joint, you got coils that are connected to the bone. Now, like a big bird, like a turkey or something, we leave the quills connected, and then just go in from underneath the wing and cut the meat out without dissecting the quills and all that. Although I have seen people do turkeys that way. You know, just do a turkey like a duck and disconnect all the quills, the feather quills that are connected to the bone, and just do it like you would a duck. So I've seen them do it the same way on turkeys, you know, while they're fleshing them out. So it's one of those things where it's kind of, I guess you could say it's up to you a little bit. But see how I'm just, you can pull with your finger a little bit and just get it to disconnect from the bone. You have to get it in the right way, but I need to work on down anyway. I'm just separating the skin from the wing and working around. See, here's the quills right there. You can't hardly see it. There's quills right there. That was what's connected to the, see, did you hear that? It broke. It snapped off. It snapped off again. See, and then look. Wait. Another, you can help with a, and if you're X-Acto knife too, you can cut through some of those quills. Keep going through here. Okay. There's another quill right there. You see, it broke it off. What it is they're connected to the wing lightly by a little bit of cartilage. They're connected to the wing bone. The quills are lightly by a little bit of cartilage, and you can snap them off. You see there, or you can cut them off a little bit. Just run your blade edge over a little bit. It's usually plenty good enough. Okay, let me keep working on this. We go here. So I'm working it down. I'm using fingers. I'm stretching with my pointing finger, my index finger, and break some of these quills off that bone down there. This is the bottom bone where they're connected. The secondary feathers, you just keep on going. Keep going down. Keep going down. Snap a few quills off. Keep going down. Keep going this side. Back around to this side. Keep pulling around toward the front. Around that way. Around on this side. Keep going down. Keep going down. Well, you can see what's going on. What it is, I'm getting down to where the those last feathers, that last, I guess you could say the primary feathers, we're getting down to those. Okay, we'll get right here. So I'm working my way down. Just working my way around. Going around on this side. Okay, going down here on the end. And being careful, using that point to do all my work. Separating that skin. Getting on down, snap another quill. About almost done snapping quills, get close. Okay. Almost down to the end. Yeah, we want to get down as far as we can. So we can see we're getting down pretty far. So we've already snapped all the secondary feathers. There's where they were connected. You can see little ridges where they were connected. We done broke them all off. Some people do turkeys that way. It's like one more right here. There it goes. So now this is a little bit more tedious. What I want to do is just get as far down as I can get. You can use borax to help you in. You'd be surprised how far you can bring it down. Right here we can separate a little bit. I can go far, pull back. I see a little bit of membrane. I just keep going. My goal is to get as far as I can. I can separate some stuff right there. It's getting down pretty far. See, when I pull out, there's still a little bit of membrane that I can use to separate stuff. I'm going to get down as far as humanly possible. And I think I'm about there, to be honest with you. Let's see if I can get up under here and get a little closer. And that's pretty darn good anyway. And not only that, if you felt comfortable using some of that bird injection fluid, that'd be a good place to insert some. Like right here on these ends with these wing bones. The hard to get places that won't really kind of flesh out, I guess you could say. And it would definitely work for that. Okay, now that we got that, we do the other wing the same way. So now when you get down to here, you just start getting all that cartilage off. I mean, not cartilage, but meat. And you don't want to take everything out between the joints where the joints don't want to hold together. Now you definitely want the bones to stay attached is what I'm getting at. I'll run just kind of in between the bone and the meat. And go up there like that. And go up here and Cut some of this meat off. All this is going to come off anyway. Now you can like use hemostats, grab chunks of meat to help aid you. And you can kind of use as an aid. Grab chunks of meat off. Sometimes it'll get things you can't get by yourself. And if you got a wire wheel, we'll get a lot of this off too. And so we just, but this joint, I'm going to cut below that joint for this one in particular. Well, you do if it's a flying anyway, but what I'm saying is, yeah, it's this is going to be this particular one. It's going to be a standing mount. Okay, like right here, you got meat all over the, you got like two bones together, and all that stuff comes off. And like right here, in between there, here on the outside, and we go right there, and we go here. Okay, we go here on the other side and go in. We go here. A couple little small tendons there holding. It'll come right off. Well, just get all off. I mean, you see what's in. You know, there's some stuff in between there too. You know, you can get your knife blade in there. Get that where it'll come out. We go right here. Go that way. We got our borax. We're gonna do stuff like that. Got stuff here. We can pull all this off. Well, maybe not. Well, you got your X-Acto knife blade. It'll help get a lot of it. You just work on getting it off. It'll come right off. Hemostats get off a lot. Well, it's going to be cut off, but just for showing you, you just get all that meat off everywhere. It's going to be cut right below this joint anyway, so I'm not even going to be worried about getting the meat off that very end right here, that ball socket. It's going to be cut off anyway. But yeah, even down there on the end, get what you can. Little tendons there and stuff that won't pull off. And you do the other wing the same way. I went down as far as I humanly possibly could. Which is, I got pretty good. I got down pretty deep. About as deep as I could get. And yeah, you do the other wing the same way. And I'll re-invert it. The legs are real easy. Yeah, you just separate the skin from the membrane. Work it on down. So I'm kind of holding and pushing down with my thumb and my other last two fingers, and then switching around and just using my fingers to do what I gotta do. Bringing it around. Get down as far. Bring that around, going this way. Get down as far as I can get, and I'm about there. And start cutting the meat off. And a lot of times I'll pull down to get a little extra, just an extra little bit of depth in how far down I skin. When you pull that tendon out, it helps. You know, you pull down with it and it really helps. So that's kind of what we got going on. We do the same on this side. And we just kind of pull down and give you that extra little bit of depth there. And get it as far down, make your cut as far down as you can get it. You do the same thing here. And same thing there. Well, borax to help us out. But yeah, that's it. It's done already. It didn't take long at all. See some tendons sticking out. You might want to snip them off or whatever. But the end of this joint's going to get cut off too. So I don't get too particular with getting all that meat off, because I don't want to snip them off anyway. But there's a little bit of a sleeve kind of sticking out on the side. And well, yeah, it's bone. A lot of times what I'll do is I'll get up under it and it just popped off. It's like a connection of bone that's, you can kind of cut it off. And it was right back there and it came right off. And so all that stuff came right off there. All that came off. So we got a lot of fat here. Wire wheel could be good for getting all that stuff off. We could even get a lot off the tail already. See all this fat right here. That can come off. Here on the tailbone. take that down as far as you can. You can go around it. Let's see, right here. Yeah, we'll get all this other meat off later, but yeah, right here you got separate a little bit. And this is the quills and stuff starting to expose themselves. There's that main tailbone. I left a lot on there. Here the quills are on the side, and I'm just getting all that off. Now you got little oil glands. Well, they're coming out. You can see them. A lot of birds, if not most of them, have this. These are little glands where they oil their feathers, and they'll get their beaks back there and get on that stuff. And that's what these are. They're like big. So they come out. I guess you could say they oil their feathers with that stuff. But here is our tail so far. All this meat's coming off. Just work on getting that off. These are, actually the quills are underneath. We're just getting the meat off the top. A wire wheel can get a lot of this off. Can't even see the quills yet. They're under all this meat. But they're under there. Get that other oil gland out real quick. Should already got it out, but I didn't. Sucker went deep. More of that borax and put on there. More of this borax on the other side. I'm going to get that tailbone. It's right in the center. Well, there's a big chunk right there. It should have helped me out as far as, yeah, there we are. What I've got going on, all the quills, the tail feather quills, are exposing themselves. So I'm just cutting them off. I'm even going to rake my knife up under. There's another set of quills above these quills, and I'll rake my knife up under those just so far. You can see these are all quills too. And then you've got your main quills right here. I'll get all that stuff off the end of them. All that meat and everything. And it's real easy. I'm talking super easy to put. I'm going between each quill with my X-Acto knife, trying to help it out. It's really easy to put holes here. In fact, I've done it. I don't think it's too bad yet, but it's not too good either. My goal is to rake my X-Acto knife over the top of those quills, get off the meat. Borax, put my borax on there. Get that stuff off. Keep working. Wire brushes help a lot on this stuff for getting all this junk off. That's your quills. You can still barely see them, but they're in there. Yeah, if we use a wire wheel, it might be on that. Getting that stuff off. They're so easy to put holes in, that's for sure. Okay, now we work on getting the meat off the body, but let me do the head now. Okay. Okay, now we're at the head. We've done the wings. Okay, I'll make a small incision. Well, it's going to have to be long enough for the head to clear. So I'll get right in the middle. And about where the end of the bottom of the beak is, and I'll go up underneath, try to cut up, try to be as straight as possible. Yeah, okay. Easier said than done, but let me turn them upside down here. Okay. Okay, I'm right in the middle. That's my goal, straight down the middle. That's pretty good right there. It should be big enough. If not, I may have to make it a little bit bigger. Okay, didn't mean to go that far, but hey, that's good. Now, I just work on inverting that head. Okay, we got stuff on the side here. In other words, he'll kind of skin out a little bit. Some of that throat still. How it come out. Okay. Bring it right there. Okay, on this side you got a little bit of something going on. There. There. Right there. Right here. Take this out a little bit if I can. Okay, there's an ear canal right here that we're getting to. Yeah, there's an ear canal. I can see it. And basically, what you do, you just snip through it. That's all you gotta do. That's all it is. It's a little ear canal. All animals you skin out have got that ear canal. So that'll go. He's peeling out a little bit better. See, cut through the ear canal. Yeah, there's an ear canal there. I don't know if you can see it. But yeah, you just cut through that ear canal. And basically, I guess you could say I made the incision long enough where I could invert him. And I'll show you again here. There's some skin holding. You naturally, when you cut where the skin is trying to hold, but in the process, you'll come to an ear canal. You cut there's the hole, that's the ear canal. And just keep going. Look at that. Just practically inverting itself now. You got the top of the skull. You just run your knife. Right here, we'll get to the eyes soon. See how it just kind of just inverted itself pretty much. Okay, now we're to the eyes. Cut that ear canal a little bit better. Okay, there we are. Do that up here a little bit. And okay, here I feel the backbone, the back of the eye orbit. And so if I'm going to run my razor anywhere, I want it to be the very back where the orbit is. I mean, there's a lot of loose skin there and everything. I want to make sure I don't cut through an eyelid, is what I'm getting at. So I'll get right here at the back of the orbit. And if I'm going to make a hole, I'm going to cut back there at the very back. See, there's the eyeball right there. So I'm at the back of the eyeball. There's the eyeball right there. It's a big old eyeball. Now the eyelid is right around, I'm looking at the eyelid. The eyelid is right around that pupil. That's what word. The pupil is right around where the eyelid is. The eyelid is right around the pupil. Here's the other side. I'm in the camera, I should be. Oh, I'm perfect. Back of the eye, where I know I'm not going to get the pupil. Back of the eye. That's the skin I cut through, is right there at the back of the eye orbit. And then when I pull forwards, it naturally is going to run me into where the pupil is, and the eyelids and all that other good stuff. I actually went ahead and cut into the skin that was covering the pupil, because I know it wasn't the eyelid. Okay, I can see the eyelid, in other words. Just keep freeing it up, work along the head, see that membrane? Run my blade along that membrane, let it free up. Back on the side. Go as far out to the end as you can without separating the skin from the beak. But you can get out pretty darn far. There's a place here where the eye orbit kind of ends and then starts again, right below the eye. Just be careful you don't screw anything up there. But, okay, there's the eyelid. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, I don't know what you call it, like little tendons or whatever. Okay. I'm going to keep going forwards. Right up here at the top. Free some of that stuff up. Go forwards on this side. See right here is a place where the eye orbit stops right here. And starts again right here. There's an empty spot right here. So I went ahead and went across the empty spot. And then I'm on this side. So we keep going forwards. Now I'm on the inside, like where the tear duct sort of is. But I know that the eyelid has already cleared the eye. So I'm good there. I'm already past the eye. More cartilage here. I mean more, yeah, when you see that membrane, that white membrane, when you pull the skin a little bit with your fingers, just run your X-Acto knife edge around it. Over the top of it, I mean. Let it do its thing. We can go the other side. Do the same thing. already cleared all that. Now we just take it down as far as we can. I'm kind of not using borax on purpose so you can see it, but it is the top of the beak. You know, eventually the skin starts. Now they got artificial heads where you actually do go all the way to the end and cut, and then just install a fake head and glue it back with super glue. They got those, but if I can use the real stuff and do a good mount, that's what I'm going to do. Unless it's damaged real bad, then yeah, that would definitely be a cause, I think. I guess some people actually do. Okay, I'm going to keep going forwards here a little bit. I'll take it as far as I can without, you know, going too far. A little bit right there. Saw that white membrane? Now a lot of that, even though it peels, it's actually already kind of almost far enough. Is what I'm getting at. Go down here. Same thing down here. Yeah, that's as far as that's going to go. And the same to the other side. What it is yeah, all this skin, we're going to the end where the beak starts, all the way around. And so that's what we're doing. And all the way around there. A bit more membrane under there I can see. But I'm sure I'm about as far as I can get here too. Okay. Now, we can go ahead. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get the head. And I know it's dark. It's going to be hard to kind of see. But, okay, you've got a pupil here. Just like on a bass or anything. I like to get around that eye with a little bit of a X-Acto knife to kind of free it up a little bit. Get my forceps. Grab the back of that eye pupil, or where it's connected to the brain or whatever. Pull it out. And of course you do the same thing to the other side. Sometimes I'll expose it or push it forwards on one side. Oops. You're running that where you bust the pupil and juicy stuff goes everywhere. Whoop, not what I'm doing. Okay, I like to get borax in there. Now wire wool will help with this too. But you got meat all over the back of the head, stuff. Let me just work on getting all that meat off. You get your hemostats. Okay, right back here. And right here. Right there. A lot of stuff in between there. Try not to destroy anything by, I'll leave what I can, you know, like structure and stuff. Some stuff in there you probably don't want to take off. There's a lot of meat in there. I try to do as good as I can. A lot of times I leave a lot of borax, excessive amounts in there. Now I don't have a problem with it. Just want to make sure everything gets good, you know. Okay, right in here. Any place where the meat will come up without you destroying. There's like little tendons and stuff on the side of the jaw. I try not to even tear those. I try to keep those intact. There's even some meat that'll come off from around the eye orbit that's like soft meat. You know, where I guess the eyeball was at one time. And it'll come off. It's hard to see, it's a dark, you know, everything's dark meat on it and everything. Okay, there's the bottom of the eye. There's a lot of meat right there that'll come up. And what we're going to do is rebuild it up with clay anyway. This is in between the lower jaw and the eyeball. The eye socket area. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff can come out right there. So you just keep working on it and getting it out. Comes up pretty good. Yeah, right here, a little bit of meat come off. I try not to destroy all that stuff, like I said a second ago, but if I can get a little meat off in between those like tendons and whatever, I will. Try to pick it out. Okay, back of the lower jaw here, there's a little bit of meat. Right here at the lower jaw. Try to get out what I can. There at the back of the head, there's a little bit of meat. That's going to get cut off though, a lot of it will. I'll show you that in a minute. And we get on this side and do the same thing. Where the lower jawbone is on the back of these birds, they got some meat that'll come off. Here in the eye socket, a lot will come out. Well, it's kind of hard to see. It's so dark and bloody his head is. It's weird. But yeah, you just get what you can off. Right here below, there's a little tendon right there. I try not to even tear that. Although I have, you know, I don't worry that much about it, but yeah, you'll get like chunks of meat out real good. Here's our lower jaw. If I can get it off, I will. meat right in here that can come off. Oops. You just gotta pick at that meat, see if you can get it to come out as good a job as you can. The bottom of the beak right there. Yeah, to get it out, if it'll come out, go ahead and get her out. When you can use the hemos and cut stuff out, you know. If it wants to come out, go ahead and let it come out. And no harm done. But on the inside, you know, you got a lot of meat and stuff that'll come out. Borax helps. I got me a hacksaw. What I'll do is right at the back of the head, you know, from a side view, I want to cut off right behind where the jaw starts. I'm thinking, you know, enough to get the brains out. That's what I'm getting at. I'll go straight down. I want it even on both sides. That's pretty good. Could even went probably even further. Probably could have took more off even. I may do that. What I'm getting at is wire needs to go in, I guess like a 45-degree angle or something like that into the back of the skull. Now, you've got all these brains in here that'll come out. Get just like a wire or something, a little wire or something, and help scooping them out into a trash bucket or something, and it'll just come right out. You can also get little borax put down in there will kind of help. We'll get things kind of where they need to be. That's looking pretty good. Okay. A little bit even up here in the top of the brain. Like right up here between the eyes, a little bit of brain matter that can come out. That would be easy to overlook. Accidentally leave some in there. If a person wasn't careful. Okay, that come out. Come out a little bit on that side. There's a connection between where the eyes hook in and the brain also, obviously. So got that taken care of. Maybe grab a little bit of meat here and there and stuff. Some of the brain matter, I guess. A little bit of membrane around the skull. Okay. Well, it looks pretty good and done. Don't see anything else in there. So that's it. Maybe a little bit of meat off the back. Yep, just use the hacksaw. That's kind of what I got. That looks pretty good to me. Now I might want to possibly, you know, when I flesh, get some of that meat around the eyelids and stuff. I just want to get some of this blood off. Hydrogen peroxide on cotton is real good, but I know this will come right off because it wasn't on there before. In other words, it'll clean right off with the water. That's gotta look good though when he's done. I just want to make sure everything is good. That didn't help much. Oh well. I know it'll come out in the wash. Okay. Now, we've got to start getting all the meat off everywhere. Big pieces of meat right here and there. All that stuff. Right here where the leg was. Look at all that fat and stuff. Yeah, it's even got membrane on it. In other words, it'll peel right off. Yeah, it'll come right off. Okay, yeah, all this meat comes right off. Here I'm kind of raking sideways so I don't accidentally cut into that soft skin. There's a little thin layer of fat too under this meat, so just got to proceed with caution. Well, I'm gonna get off these big chunks of meat off that are like easily gotten off. I'm gonna go ahead and get them off with my X-Acto knife, just raking it sideways. See, it just comes right off. No problem at all. I've actually done some good wood ducks where pretty much did a great job just using an X-Acto knife, just raking that meat off by going sideways. Well, so what I'm going to do, I may go ahead and use the wire wheel a little bit. Okay, we got us a wire wheel, we got us a little bird flesher. Some people say it's a little dangerous to use a wire wheel for a wood duck, you know, the ones that they use for ducks. So, well, I'm going to be careful with it. And probably shouldn't have inverted the head so quick, but now towards the upper part of the head, it was done really good. I done it with my X-Acto knife. But like right in here, you got like a bunch of fat. And see, like right here, you see a lot of fat here and there. Well, the wheel's going this way, so I want it to go this way. You don't want it to go against the quills. You want it to go with the quills and brush over the top of them, and that's the way I like to do it. And get that fat off. I mean, it's a pretty soft wheel, so it should be okay. And that's perfect. There's a lot of shadows. Sorry about the shadows. But like right here, this is a real thin skinned area. This is right above the tail. It's hard to see, I know. If you want to get that fat off there. Okay, here's some fat right here. And there again, I want the wheel going that way. I want it to be brushing over the quills, not against them. And so it's taking it up. It don't take much. Well, these guys are soft anyway. It's real easy to put a hole in these suckers. Try to get out a lot. The lighting is bad. You see right here where I got a little bit, you want it all to look about like that. See, here's some quills coming through, but that's good. I mean, the wire wheel is going this way, so it's not going against the quills and doing a lot of damage. That's the way I like to do it. Kind of like going with the grain instead of against the grain, as they say. So as you bring the quills out right there, that's what you want. You just want to be a little tedious with it. Want to get in a hurry. And just do your real good job. You can see there's like a thick layer of fat right here. And let's see. Yeah, you just go with the grain of the feather so it don't lift up under. And you just a lot of times I'll do the corners myself with an X-Acto knife or something because yeah, it's real easy to put holes. It's real easy to put holes in this thing. Here's the lower neck. See how it's bringing out the feather quills? That's what you want. And this is one process in the degreasing. Another part of it is soaking it in camp fuel oil, and that'll help. So we got another reason I don't like getting close to the edge is I don't want to damage any feathers. Trying to keep from it. I mean close to the incision. See how we're bringing out the quills, feather quills. You just keep doing that. You can see them coming out. You just keep doing that, and bringing out the quills. And let's see, there's some fat right here. You just go over the whole bird and make sure those quills are out and get the fat off as good as you can. And then you go to the next step in the greasing process, which is putting them in camp fuel oil and letting them soak for a good while, 30 minutes or so. And but that's what we're doing. Okay, you can use this along the quills and kind of straightening things up a little. It's real thin skinned up here though. You gotta be like super careful. Got like a lot of thin skin here. A lot of fat though too, so I guess a bit of a trade-off there. You gotta get it both. Whoops. Yeah, if it's too iffy, I'll get in there with a little X-Acto knife and just take my time. Try to get it off that way. A lot of times if you get a little hole or something, it'll try to pull a feather through that hole. And then you're better off just trying to get it with your X-Acto knife or something. So I found that out the hard way. Laying down, I should be able to just go right to here with it. Get the spot right there. Okay, now we're going to degrease the bird in another way. We're also going to degrease it because we're going to use degreasing dish soap after we do this. But I've got camp fuel oil, or you know, you can Coleman, or I got some cheap generic brand. What I like to do, I like to put my bird in it, and I like to make sure all that stuff is out, you know, just to make sure he degreases him real good. I even got his head out. I lay him in there, and I make sure I put enough camp fuel in there to cover him real good. And then I'll let him degrease, I don't know, 30 minutes or so. Make sure he really degreases real good. This does really seem to help. And what I'll do is I'll reuse it. I'll get a funnel and put it back in and reuse it on another bird. Might lay a little rock or something on it to make sure it's completely submerged. But I'll let that soak for 30 minutes or so, and then we'll take it out and give it a good degreasing with some with some dishwashing detergent soap, or dishwashing soap. And then we'll rinse it off, and it'll be ready to dry, preserve and then dry. Okay, now we'll pull him out. Let him drain here for a little bit. And then we're gonna, I like to wash him in dish soap. And then rinse him off. Throw the borax to him. And now just rinse him off. Well, not rinse him off, put him in the detergent water solution. Maybe reinvert the head a little bit. I don't know. When you get all that stuff off the skin, well, off the feathers, wash him good. He was kind of clean anyway. I guess people can wash him first, just whatever you work out. These wood ducks are real fragile anyway. I made sure there wasn't any blood on him ahead of time, so that helps out. Of course, there's some in the head, of course, but yes, still see some blood coming out of him. But he's clean already. He doesn't have a lot of blood and stuff, so around the eyes is good. Now these guys are soft. They want to tear up real easy. Just be careful how you hold them. Now, I'm going to rinse him off in the sink and get all the soap off of him. And we'll start putting the preservative on him. I'll just get our borax. Try to be a little neat with it. Put it on real good. Has a tendency to want to stick to the feathers if you're not careful. So I just try to be a little neat with it, you know. I'll go all the way up to the edges with it though. See all the places I missed, go ahead and get it off. A little meat I missed. Of course, that borax is a real good preservative though. A lot of times I'll even make sure it's real good and wet, the borax even, let it kind of penetrate better. But I know it's pretty damp anyway. But I just want to make sure that stuff soaks into that skin. Make sure he soaks in real good like. Okay, get that real good. Reinvert that back out. Get that tail real nice and good. Down in them quills real good. Make sure you get both sides. I'll invert the head. Get that borax on the skin. Make sure you get his skin around his head and his eyes, skin out real good. Oops, left a little piece right there. Make sure you get him real good. Get the head real good. Get up underneath real good. Side his eyeballs down in here, down in there, down in the brain pan. Before you even dampen it up, make sure it soaks in there real good. You ain't gotta do this. I don't know why, but I want to make sure everything is good, damp and hydrated and preserved. And ready to last a lifetime. That's the goal. Probably go ahead and re-invert him again. Make sure that borax don't stick on the feathers too bad. So a lot of times I'll kind of like lean him over a table or something. Paper towel, you can get a lot of that borax off. A lot of it will come off with like a squirt ball or something, gets it off real good. Now I'll get some down here in the neck. Make sure it's all in there real good. All the way around the outskirts. What I'm getting is sometimes it's hard to invert them. Sometimes you get them a little freezer burn or something. And it makes it hard. But a lot of times you can You make sure that that borax is in there real good from both ends. Sometimes I use like a sharpening steel, something real good and long, just to make sure it's all in there good, in case the borax gets stuck in there. Now you can blow dry him, or a lot of times I'll let it sit a little bit, let that borax penetrate a little. I know you don't need to, but a lot of times I will. I'll let it let that borax penetrate a little bit. But I went ahead and got everything, and if you do let him sit a little bit, at least put like a paper towel or something in him where he's not going to dry on you, or put him like in a refrigerator or something. And there you go. And you can put that paper towel down real good. And probably want to get on him pretty soon. Either mount him right away, or like wait a day or something, or whatever you got to do. See, now it's preserved very good. Yeah, all we got to do is blow grind. A tumbler would be great. You got one. Some people will use a bag with sawdust in it and stuff. But if you ain't got one, you just do what you gotta do. I don't like it to blow hot. I may blow it warm for like up to like maybe 2 or 3 seconds, then pushing the heat button where it gets cold. You have to push in the cool button. I'm sorry. In other words, yeah, you don't want the feathers get too hot because they'll singe. And so that's what I'm going to do. And some people, you can probably, the feathers look a lot better too if you just blow dry it on cool as much as humanly possible. Now, if there's like little bits of blood, hydrogen peroxide can get it out later. But a lot of times it just comes right out with a couple of squirts with a squirt bottle. And sometimes you just get a little blood on them. What I'll do is I'll blow up under. And I might even use a toothbrush to maybe break up some of the downy feathers that might want to stick to the body. But that's later. So blowing from the rear, sometimes it makes it separate quicker and start fluffing up real good. But yeah, that's just kind of what I got going. This is going to have to be a right turn, like where it's he's going to be standing, but one side's going to have like plants and stuff behind it. And the reason being is where his primary feathers have been cut for the most part. It was like pin raised, I guess, So that's on one wing is kind of butchered. Keep doing that. I may start around the head even. Sometimes I like to get that done and out of the way. So, well, I care for the head. Head a little bit. You may even use a be light with a toothbrush, maybe help, get some of those feathers started maybe. You kind of fluff them up a little bit where the wing can catch under it. So I'm going to do that a little, just a hair, just to help it out a little. And then we'll blow dry the head and the neck and all that other good stuff. Yeah, even that's probably good enough right there just to get them started on their way. And you get your blow dryer on it. You got feathers start to rise. I'll show you when I get it done. Getting around the belly, trying to get up under those feathers so they'll raise. Yeah, the more you work it, the more the feathers start developing body, and then they puff out, and then before you know it, they're completely dry. Now I'm doing a wing, and a lot of times I'll blow down from the top, seems to help. Sometimes they'll fluff out even from the top, just keep working on it. Help some of these feathers, break them loose a little bit if you need to. The wings are already coming out real glistening and pretty. Just keep working on them. And main thing is the singe factor. Don't worry, try not to singe the feathers. A lot of times right here on the tail, I'll just hold it straight down on the table. Let's see, what do I got that's still got to be done? Probably this side right here. Side of the belly right here. And the legs. one's already about done. Well, this is your blow-dried wood duck, and he's gonna look good. Here I've got a couple of different bodies, and they're all for wood ducks. This is for a medium, but here's the actual body right here, and this is pretty close. But I've got several videos where I've wrapped bodies. Basically, you just get your wood wool or your excelsior, as they call it, which is this stuff. It's just wood fibers, that's all it is. And you start with a little strand. It's all about wrapping string and then adding more polyfill. Not polyfill, but adding more excelsior or wood wool. They used to have this stuff where you could walk in at Walmart and get it, but now I think you have to order it. I think Walmart will still has it, but they don't have it on the shelves. You have to order it, I guess, like in bulk or something. So actually it is something you can, quote unquote, still get at Walmart. Yeah, you just, I do a buffalo head and I do a grouse body. I do a couple of bird bodies that's on my channel. So yeah, if I didn't already have this body, I'd do it again. It doesn't take that long, but as you can see, it's pretty close. This one's missing a lot of the tailbone. It's slightly larger, but that's how you do it. So I got my neck length. Everything you got is on your body. You got your neck length, your the width of your neck, everything. And you actually do better if you just use the bird body you got, but I've already got this one, so. But if you need a little help, just check out my video. I do a buffalo head and a grouse. And I think that's the only ones I do that way on there. I even carve a body, but it's just like for a little quail. And, but yeah, so you've got, I could carve a body with this. I mean, yeah, as long as you got the foam. But that's what your options are. These bodies, the good thing about them, they already got like wing pockets. This one doesn't per se, it just has a little indentation. But yeah, some of the best birds I've ever mounted have been on wrap bodies and even like carved bird bodies. And when you do a standing one, well, let me get up here in the video. Like right here with a standing duck, the weight of the bird will make the spots, you know, where his leg's supposed to anchor, up high. If he's flying, it's going to be down low. Yeah, right here. See the difference? Basically, the weight of the bird is mashing down on his thigh and it's bringing it up. So you can see there's a standing one, which is about 2/3 up from the bottom of his belly. And in here, it's about 1/3 up. So there's a difference. And, you know, just use your original bird body and you can make your marks. See, as you can see, I've kind of made my marks on this guy already. And so, but check this one out. He looks like he's probably a standing. It's, gosh, I don't know. It's kind of almost in between. So, but yeah, there's your differences in your bird. Basically, the weight of him brings his thigh up. And I guess that's how you say it. Most of your catalogs have charts and stuff if you need them, because you never know. Something happens and you need them. You got length of necking material depending on the bird. And yeah, length of necking material depending on the bird. And thickness of your wires that you need for either a standing or a flying. Yeah, everything you need. They're usually in the catalogs. Somewhere in the catalogs. Yeah, whether you're doing a flying or a standing, you want to cut that joint off the end. And like here on the legs, I want to go just below where that ball starts. Break it off. Oops, took a little bit off the side there. It's all right. Usually their legs are good and hollow. And unlike an upland game bird, you know. And I get right below that joint. Sometimes you'll break them less if you snip through the narrowest side first and just pull back, and it keeps a lot of trouble with bones splintering on you. I didn't do it too much on that one though. He's pretty good. Now here on like a standing bird, this is going to be a standing, either standing or swimming. Well, really, any bird you do, you want to cut that ball joint off. But on standing, sometimes I'll take a little bit more off for some reason. It helps you, I guess, center the wings maybe a little bit better or something. But a lot of times I'll take off, like a standing where his wings are going to be folded up high on his back. And I may take off a little bit more. Not half or anything, but I may go, heck, let's see. Maybe about 1/3 down or something like that. About right here. I just tend to take off just a wee bit more. And it hasn't bothered me much in the past to do that. It hadn't affected me or anything as far as my bird mounts. Do the same thing on this one about, oh gosh, yeah, about 1/3 of the way down or something. Break it off. Now you're ready to mount him. If you're going to do a flying, you're going to run a wire straight through the wings. Now the way I do my turkeys that way, I've got a little bobwhite quail on here. I've got a buffalo head that way. I've got several flying birds on my channel. A lot of times, to get rid of the little elbow effect, I'll cut into that joint just enough to get it where it'll straighten out. That way I have full control whether I want him soaring with his wings wide open or whatever pose I want. But it just seems to help as far as, if you kind of get rid of the elbow effect maybe slightly. That way you can run your wire straight through his leg and all that good stuff, and I don't have to worry about things trying to bend and all that junk. But that's just some of the stuff that I do. Now, of course, on the head, now this is kind of in general all ducks, the stuff that I'm telling you here. You want to go in from an angle with a wire. Now you can either use a Dremel tool and get it exact where you want it, or you can get your body and with a neck on it and the wire and just keep twisting, and it'll eventually work its way through the top of the skull. Yeah, something else on these bodies, whether it's a wrapped or not, you kind of want to eyeball it and get it where the neck material looks like it's coming flush off the back of the body. You know what I mean? So yeah, about like that. Kind of like an extension of the back, except it's the neck. That's how you kind of want to do it. And I'll kind of eyeball where I think the center is going to be. And then, of course, I get my 14 gauge or whatever gauge wire you got. And then you want to kind of eyeball it where you think it's going to be or should be. And right there is pretty good. Bend it around. Then you want to go back into the body. Since he's going to be standing, I'm going to put a bend in his neck and all that. I like a little bit of flexibility for the neck. So I think I'm going to go with something, it's about like, it's not 14, definitely not 14. It's probably more like 16 or maybe even smaller than that. But what it is he'll have plenty of softness on, move his head around, without it springing much. It's going to go where I put it. What you do, you'll cut that wire at an angle, and then you put a little point on it. That way it'll reach, you can dig it and go through your wings and, you know, whole 9 yards. It's just, it comes in handy that way. It'll go through your, should go through your foam bodies, unless you pre-drill foam, holes, which makes life a whole lot easier. And it like it's coming off the top of the neck. We got this again. See if we can get it there. There we are. We already got a right neck length, whole 9 yards. Now a lot of times I get a little super glue and put on here and put even a little on the body. That neck's not gonna slip around on you. Comes in real handy that way. Yeah, the 14 gauge will be perfect for the feet. Got my 14 gauge wire. Everything on the Woodduck is 14 gauge, except the wings I think are 18 gauge. Which is probably close to something like what this is. But this ought to be fine for the neck anyway. But yeah, for the legs, I've got my 14 gauge. And a lot of times I'll go ahead and do the neck hole. I mean the hole where the neck wire is supposed to go through the top of the head. What it is the neck wire goes like that. That's about right there. And then when you push it up, you want it, after it goes through, it's gonna run flush with the bottom of kind of like where the jaw and the base of the head meet, because that's where about where the spinal cord is right there. So you're going in like at an angle, a frontward angle. I don't know if it'd be 45, somewhere in that range. So a lot of times I'll get my Dremel tool. Yeah, if you're using like 14 gauge wire, you could probably get it eventually to go through the top. Yeah, that's what it calls for, is 14 gauge wire. But a Dremel tool works nice too. You don't have to worry about it not centering. You can center it real good with a Dremel tool. So that's kind of what I got. I went pretty far forward, about as far as I could go, I guess. And then when the wire pushes up, that necking material is going to go right up against here and replicate the, you know, the neck and all that stuff. Now we're going to go ahead and put some clay in the eye sockets. And what I'll do is I'll put enough to round everything off, you know, to make it like the eye. If the eyeball was in there, how much space would it be taking? Kind of that deal, I guess you could say. Just want to make sure that clay is everywhere it needs to be, and don't want to put too much, of course, but you want to put enough. You want it to conform. A little water rounding off here at the top. Even here on the side a little bit. I'm pretty much doing away with any of the if you had a lot of meat and stuff, you're just putting everything kind of like back the way it was before you took the eye out. And I do several birds on here, and every one of them I do this for. So, I mean, it's shown more than once, I guess is the right word. It's got to be done, so. See how it looks up top? It just looks like maybe the eyeball, where the eyeball was. and not any much more than that. And if you got a lot of borax in there, if it bothers you and gets in the way, go ahead and get it out like a toothbrush or something. Of course, if you tumble it, you're not going to have a bad problem with holding up borax, probably. I'm doing the same thing on this side. Just kind of rounding everything out. So I've got a little gap in there that I can probably put a little bit in. And we'll have this head done, except for the bottom, except for the lower jaw. Yeah, it's important that some of these gaps are filled in, because if it isn't, then when it dries, that skin will want to go down in there. Might want to sink down in there, I guess. But now here's what you got for the top. You know, the shape. You kind of round that eye off where the eye is. You do it on both sides. Now for the bottom, make sure I kind of shape it into what the bottom of the beak is going to be. And you know, that place we cleared out, it's kind of like a triangle top shape. And it takes place of where the tongue was at and all that stuff. What I'm getting at. Well, I mean, all the meat below the tongue, I guess is the right word. There was a lot of meat in there that got taken out. There we are. The throat, all that stuff. Well, okay, now we kind of got it like how we want it, roughly. And then I'll get in there and stick it down in there. And start flattening things out. You know, not wanting to stretch the head out or anything, but I want to make sure it's a good fit, I guess is the right word. It seems to be a good fit. You know, not stretching the head out. Kind of holding it to make sure it don't do it. But while this will come off, right behind that lower jaw, I take it off. You know, with an X-Acto knife or mauling tool or whatever you got on hand. I got my X-Acto knife and just trimmed it off on the bottom. It's good and flat. Looks good to me. Now, a lot of people mount the bird before they even put their eyes in it. And then they just slip them in the slits and then center them that way, which is probably better. But I've gotten in the habit of going ahead and trying to center them before I put the bird's head on. Well, technically, I mean, you kind of know where the center is anyway with this head off. So I thought it might be easier that way. But a lot of times I figured out it seems like it's a little better to put them a little bit, maybe just slightly off center towards the front a little bit more. It seems like it helps to center. Center's a lot better that way. So we'll get the eyes and I'll go ahead and pop those babies in. Yeah, I've got a couple of wood duck eyes. I can kind of see where the center of the eyeball was, but I may off center just a little bit. Go towards the front a little bit, about like that. Kind of sink it in a little bit. You don't want it sticking out too far, in other words. Something like that. And I think they tend to go forwards and maybe down just a hair. You could say the eyeball. A lot of this you do when you get the bird mounted, then you can get in there and squeeze and make the eyes look good. Like where you think. But I'll center them almost in the middle, but just slightly towards the front. It just seems to work good for me that way. And of course you can always move them back or whatever you got to do later, or forwards or whatever you got to do. That's what I got from the side. And now from the front, or the top, you still got a shape. And so now we can go ahead and just kind of partially reinvert his head. We still got to put the neck and wire in and sew him and all that good stuff. So you can see how he's kind of coming out already. So he's already kind of looking good. And a lot of this you can do after he's already sewed up, so they come out looking really good. And now I got some 14 gauge wire, which is the right wire. I have ran out before and used different kind of wires. It's pretty much just a recommendation to use a certain type of wire, but sometimes you can get away with other types of wire. But we don't have to worry about wing wires, so that's great. We don't even have to worry about wing wires. But all we gotta do, we want to cut it long enough to go through the body and anchor, and still have a little left to like maybe mount it to something. So yeah, about like this. This is more than good enough right here. And then you put an edge on the side that you want to go up to the foot. It's just like turkeys and everything else. Oh, put a good angle on it. And that's enough to dig through the bottom of the foot. You want to cut 2 wires, of course. His feet are starting to dry out just a little. But I usually find this, where the second knuckle is. Yeah, right there. That's where I tend to go in. And, what I'll do is, what you do, you just use the point and kind of jab into below where that second knuckle is, and then go right up the toe, and then up the back of the leg. And so that's pretty much what we got going on. Okay, there's the other toe muscle there, or toe knuckle, I guess I should say. Okay, I'm going up it. And you want to be careful. It's easy to, go slip through something real quick, make a jerking motion, and actually run a wire through your finger or something like that. I've done it before. I guess it's a process of a principle of how like an arrow works. It's it's easy to make a mistake like that. Really kind of hurt yourself. But I'm going up the back of the leg. I can see what is there's an empty spot back there, kind of. Well, it'd be more empty on something like a turkey or something. But since this is not a turkey, but I can still feel the wire going up the back of the foot. So you just keep working it. Whoops, there's the back of the knee. I didn't go through yet, but But here's where I'm at right here. So I don't want it to go through there. I don't want it to pop out of the back of his leg. I want it to keep going under the skin, and then go up the back of the leg, and then it'll come out the back of this bone here. And then we'll tie it off, and then go through the body with it. So that's how it works. So a lot of times I will, well, yeah, I'm basically through anyway, but yeah, you'd rather that leg wire, yeah, it's going through. You would rather it go through, the body and all that, instead of going through the skin. Let's see what happens. See, there we are. That's the whole concept of mounting a bird. As long as you got a wire run up against his bones, you can mount him in any pose you want. And if he's a standing or swimming, you don't have to worry about putting wire into the wings, unless he's going to be swimming with his, you know how they can be in the water and still open their wings. But if he's basically swimming or standing, you don't even have to worry about putting a wire in the wings. So that's even better. And here's kind of what I got. I was a little bit far away, but you can see where I went up the back of the knuckle just by doing a twisting motion. Went up the back of the knuckle, back of the leg for the most part, back of that elbow, stayed under the skin the whole time, come up right up flush against his bone, and then we'll tie this off. I have used stuff like bread wrappers, that like top of bread sacks and stuff, and had them hold real good. But you can also like use string or something, if you want something that's how they do it. That's how it's recommended to be done when I'm trying to wrap a bird body. But I'll leave it connected to this, and I'll drop it down in a bucket. That way it just tumbles around and doesn't go off from where you want it to be. And you can just give it a couple of good wraps, good tight wraps. Bread wrappers do real good though, and it's a lot less of a hassle. I guess you can go like this too. Go on both sides of that wire to get a good wrap. Just put a good couple of ports on it. Make it a little secure. Work your way back down towards the bottom. There we go. That ain't going nowhere. It's there. And you just pull it back through. That leg is ready to mount. Oh, like this. This leg, let's see. Yeah, like this. There we are. This leg is ready to go into the body. Now do this other one the same way. Well, now I got my wires for my legs, I go ahead and insert my body. I find that middle leg wire here, and then try not to get hooked on the skin. Okay, yeah, here, there's the wire. What I want to do, I want to go through the back of the skull and through that hole we drilled out and to the top of the skin. And so there, yeah, that's what we're doing. And what I'll do is I'll kind of try to want to make sure everything is even down here. What I'm getting at is, you know, I don't want the skin to be lopsided. Yeah, he's sort of in place as far as the eyes, so he's pretty good that way. So now I find that 45-degree angle and go through the top of that hole in the top of the skull. Make sure that neck flushes all the way down. Make sure that necking material goes all the way to the base of the skull where the jaw and the skull meet. And it has. There we are. Now all we gotta do is install our legs. Here's some leg holes already in it. You can see it. There's one right there. And there's one on the other side in the same place. You might want to pre-start them even. To me, it's easier like to get a little, well, it depends on the size of the bird, I guess, but you can get a bigger gauge wire, like this 14 gauge, and to make it easier, I always, when I do stuff like this, I want to make my life easy, so I want to angle it up, so I'm not having to fight with, you know, especially if you had to run wires to the wings, you don't want to fight with. See how easy that is? It's up here as opposed to way back here is what I'm getting at. So that always helps. And then I'll do the same to the other side. I find that little mark that's already there. And I go at an upward angle. And I'll just kind of work it until he finds his way out. See, it's up towards the top where I don't have to deal with a lot of headache. Then get my leg wires, get them started. That's definitely going to have to come down some. And maybe a little, this is the one reason I don't care much for using string. Sometimes I make it a little harder to get that wire to start going. Bread wrappers are easier. The wire slides are real easy. But it'll still go, you have to fight it a little bit. And you can kind of help it out too to get started. That is why I like to use bread wrappers. It's just it's hard for me to have to deal with. But even there, now you can get all this to go back down, or you keep pushing the wire and pull down on the legs. That'll give you a little bit more. Here we are. Straighten up all this leg wire. Try to be a little civilized about it. For all that tugging and pulling. And you hold the body and pull up on that string. Pull up enough, or pull up on the wire. See, when you pull, it automatically, the leg is already automatically flush. And so what I'll do is I'll make sure I got enough for a real good anchor. And I do. And then pull using that in. That's plenty right there. And now the opposite is true. Now it's going to try to back off, but you're going to have to pull with this to make sure the leg bone is back up where it needs to be. So you can see just, so you kind of got to fight with it a little bit. See how that happened? And then you just so that happened. String is tougher to work with. But it's what we're supposed to use. But it can make things kind of tough. Just a little, you know. There we are. Make sure it's good and flush. And it is. Make sure if that wire bends, it bends, you know, right there at the body. That's your goal. And he's bending good. He's flush. Now you do the same thing to the other side. Well, I got my leg wires in. Got my neck in, of course. Ooh, gotta be careful. These things, the heads can twist around all of a sudden like. But yeah, you're gonna fit good. Now you just sew them up. Just like you sew, well, I've done that several times on here too, but I'll show you again. Yeah, there's a couple things need to be sewed up, I guess you could say. You got the incision under the head. There's also the body. I'll leave it up to you what you want to do first. It's both got to be done. I'll probably go ahead and do the body since he's already in this pose and everything. So I just kind of make sure I get enough. I'd rather have a little, well, it don't matter. I mean, if it's too short, you just tie off. Basically, you just do a regular knot and put a couple of knots in it so it doesn't slip out. But what I'll do is I'll double thread it. And I'll go through the eye of the needle, pull my string down. That's a pretty long piece. It's definitely long enough. Then right here on the end somewhere, I'll just make me 2 knots. There's 1 knot. Well, let me tie it off first. Okay, here, just a regular knot. There's 1 knot. Then make another knot. Put a couple of knots in to make it where it's a little sturdy. Cut off the excess. Then do the baseball stitch. And start way down here at the breast. And I'll get right on one side of the incision. At the very tip of the incision, maybe, I don't know, maybe an 1/8 of an inch down from it, somewhere in that range. I'll get right on the very end. Amen. Go right through it. And right here on the end, I will go through the 2 strings that I tied together and pull it through, let it cinch up, start doing the baseball stitch. Now get right on the corner on this side, right on the very end, or maybe a 1/4 inch down from the very tip, somewhere, or 1/8 inch or something. And I try to be even with my sewing. Like sometimes you can tell when you're sewing whether you're going down too far on one side than the other. So yeah, just kind of keep that in mind. Okay, cinch it up. And just like with turkeys or any other duck you do, you just sew him up. And you'll kind of get like an idea like how far you want to go apart. I try to get close to the end, but I want enough skin where it's not going to tear through. And I just pull it up and cinch it up. Go this side about a little further down. About the same thing again. Now, a lot of people will get their squirt ball, and I'll probably do it too. On turkeys, I just use tape, you know, like masking tape. But what you do, you want to separate the feathers where you're not fighting feathers while you're sewing him up. And so that's kind of what's going on here. You just kind of, you can use a squirt bottle and separate the feathers. I may go down a little further off the breast first. Some might put a little bit of polyfill right down in there, but I've learned not to do it too much because when they're standing or sitting, that polyfill, it don't take much, and they'll start showing through and it don't look right. So just something to think about right there. Keep going like that, cinch it up. Grab the other side. Grab you a piece of skin. Cinch it up. Grab another piece. Cinch it up. Get another bite, about a 1/4 inch down. Right on the end, cinch it up. And you sew him up like that. You may not have a problem with the downy feathers. You may be able to kind of, like I'm using my fingers a little bit, and I seem to be doing okay that way. So you might be all right without it. But you've got that option just to use a squirt ball to wet it down, get those downy feathers out of the way, and keep on sewing. Of course, I'm not done yet. It may represent itself as a problem later, but it's not doing it now. You just cinch it up. Grab another bite. Right on the end. Cinch it up. Another bite right on the end. Cinch it up. Just keep doing that until you get all the way down to the end of your incision. If you run out of thread, just tie off and start again, and nobody will notice. Well, I'm still sewing, and probably a little bit less than halfway done. But here again, I'm just pulling it up, make sure the feathers are getting fluffed up, and yeah, see, you can work it where yeah, it won't even show. And you just keep going, and so. But we'll get to the end, and I'll show you. Yeah, right here at the bottom, it's got a lot more downy feathers. And oh boy, it's getting a little rough. So I'm just getting my squirt bottle, wet down my little downy feathers. There's the name. It's not far, but it's just real bad with the downy feathers. Let it soak in for a second, and it should just open things up where I've got a little bit better way to sew him up now. You know, kind of keep the feathers out of it a little bit better. Oh, that's much easier. I'll just give you another bite. Now it's much easier. Yes. Yeah, I was fighting it for a while there. But be careful, because it does soften the skin up, and you might not want that. So that's something to think about too. I'm gonna get this done, and I'll get back with you. Well, he's got an anus there. You can't do much about that, but there you go. Okay, now we sew up the incision on the beak, or not the beak, but the head. A lot of times I get a squirt bottle on this too. And this makes life easier. And you know, you can always blow it right back. Now, a lot of times I'll put stuff up against it to kind of wedge it whereas it don't fall so much, because this head will kind of keep it from falling. So you put like stuff up against his head on both sides to keep it from dropping over all the time. I usually like to start from the top and work my way down on this. Now I kind of want to go with the grain of the feathers, I guess is the right way to say it. I want to go with the feathers, not against them. But here again, start right here at the end, or close to the end. You know, it is sewing. And I get right on the end as good as possible, and start my incision there. Go all the way down to the end of where I tied my string off on both sides, and then go on through. It's probably actually better to go up and underneath and then tie that way. But we're going to be going this way anyway. It's going to cover it up. So now we just do the baseball stitch and work this way. You might want to turn your bird sideways or turn him around with the tail first, whichever is easier to you. And you may go this way with it. Now this wire right here may get in your way too. That tends to happen a lot with me. But got those little pin feathers, and you want to try not to get those in if you can keep from it. You get close to the end as you can. This seems to help to do that. You get close to the end as you can. And then What we got here? The only bad thing about this button thread, it really tries to wiggle around on you. But we go here, okay, then you pull it up, and you do it again. I don't know, maybe 1/8 of an inch or something. We'll do a good job. Yeah, go there. Cinch it up. Go to the other side. About 1/8 of an inch or so, or something like that. Get right on the end. Do as good as possible, of course. Go on through. Make sure your string is good and separated, like so forth. Pull it up. And keep going. Right here on the end, right there. You just want to get a good bite of skin. Try not to pick up many pin feathers. And that's pretty much the name of the game right there. We gotta grab the wrong tooth. There we go. Switch it up a little. Don't have to get super hard with it. And just keep doing that until you go to the end and tie it off. And then we'll blow dry it. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it too well, but there's some slight blood stains on it. They're not too, they don't show too much. I guess where I've sprayed a lot of water on it, but there's a little bit, and I'm going to get some hydrogen peroxide on a Q-tip and just kind of clean the blood off. Take out a little hydrogen peroxide. I'll just get some on the Q-tip. And just kind of clean the blood off. It'll, once it kind of come off anyway. But yeah, it's just from where we done the head and everything. Yeah, you tend to get a little, and plus it's solid white right here. And yeah, you can let it sit for a second on those feathers and everything even. But yeah, it really seems to work as far as getting that stuff out. See here, it's a lot of dirt and stuff, and it's pretty much blood. But you keep doing that, and eventually all that stuff's going to come up. I mean, it's coming off on the Q-tip and everything, so, you know, if it's something like a hood merganser, or, well, some of those birds you don't have to do the incision, you know, so, but like if it was a dark colored bird, it wouldn't show near as much, it wouldn't be much of an issue. So you just keep clean as you think it can be. It's looking pretty good. Start blow drying it, and I might want to get some of those feathers started by, here again I got my toothbrush. Just kind of get them where I know that the air is going to catch under it. And it's going to fluff them out real good. I get my blow dryer. Start fluffing them back up. Some of these feathers loose down here. That water travels, you know, even along the, so probably the back of his head and everything else. But that's how you do it. Keep doing that until he's all fluffed out. All those little pin feathers are fluffed out. Well, not a bad job, as you can see. Just got to make sure that neck is all the way down on there. Yes, like that. But yeah, you can tell he looks, no blood nowhere on that white. He looks pretty good. Now we're going to mount him. Okay, now we got a standing wood duck to do. And I'm just gonna mount it standing on a piece of wood, and it's a wood that's kind of hollowed underneath, which makes my life a lot easier. But you can mount them to plaques and do all that other good stuff. The legs are gonna have to be kind of up, and so let's see. That's kind of what we got. Make sure the feet stay good and wet. Doesn't hurt to spray a little bit of water on them. Okay, let's see, make sure they're spreadable still. And they are. Stretch this one out a little bit here. Either, let's see, slightly pigeon-toed, which means kind of like that. Yeah, there we are. Okay, then obviously the feet are going to go down like this so he can stand. Woo. Here we are, about like that. Do the other one the same way. Kind of a little bit pigeon-toed. So probably don't want to get too extreme with it, but they're definitely pigeon-toed. Okay, then right here where that, yeah, you can see it. Okay, then I want to go straight down where it comes out to the foot. Yeah, like that. Straight down where it comes to this other foot. I mean, he's got a lot of foot that's going to cover these wires anyway. I definitely know I got a lot of wire. It wouldn't hurt, you know, as far as for anchoring, I guess. But let's see, I want to make sure my wire is straight. I'm going to straight down. And then straight down. Okay, what I got here is some good reference pictures from the front, from the back, from the side. This is actually from a catalog. But you can see it's got like really good reference pictures. And so I'm going to use these, that's for sure. You know, from the back and all this and the side. Going to use those and we're going to get started. Okay, here's a couple of other good reference pictures, and it's facing the way that I'm going to mount him. So I'll probably end up using one of these. I like this one right here, but I'll probably put both feet down. But yeah, it's a good looking mount. And I'm going to put a little bit of ground cover behind him. Okay, I got me a little Sharpie pen just so I can mark where I'm going to put him. And I got him kind of like, sort of like how he's going to be. But I want him to be up front. I'll put a little ground cover behind him, kind of hiding this one butchered wing. I'll probably put him about right here. 1 foot slightly more than the other. So I've got one right there. And then the other one's going to be just like right there. Now you just drill these holes. I've got a Dremel tool. Let's see what it does. That's all the way through. Good thing is those holes are so small, it's going to be a good fit. Let's see how it rides. Let's see what we got here. We got here. And we got there. Let's see what happens here. Okay, basically what we got these leg wires that we want to pull, make our make our duck standing good and flush. And I'll kind of pull down on them a little bit and then bend them in. Same with the other side, pull down a little bit, bend it in. And I know it's good and secure. What I'll do is get my staple gun here. Make sure it's really good. You can't put too many staples, I guess you could say. Same with the other foot. Okay. He's in there, he's not going nowhere. Now in these particular poses, he's almost level. I mean, he's a little bit, I guess you could say about like that. Almost straight across, but not quite, according to my reference picture. Then, of course, you want I tend to go straight up, even back a little, and then I'll just go like that. Try to be even with it. And let's see. Should be working out like it's supposed to. Okay. Let's see, that's pretty close already. You got your wings, they're going to go up like this. Let's see. Now, kind of want a little bit of a right turn. So it's going to be, oh wow. I think I'm supposed to go down like this a little bit more. Okay, then go like that. That looks a little bit better. Okay, then it's like a little bit of a right turn. A little bit of attitude there. Bait needs to come down just a little bit more. So he's going to be, yeah, like that. Now you don't want too much of a dip in it. I think his head needs to come back just a hair bit more. That looks pretty good like that. That looks pretty good. Okay, that's going to be, looks like they got the feathers going straight up on the back. That's pretty darn good. Here again, I've got the problem of wanting to sometimes put the wings a little too far forwards. I mean, not high enough up on the back. And so I don't want to do that. Okay, now I'm starting getting all the pins and stuff kind of right. Or I mean the wings, wing structure and all that stuff. Okay, here again, I like to get those wing bones. Go right up. This was a, this is one of those bird bodies that's already kind of already together, and that's pretty good because it means the wings already got a spot designated to tuck them, sort of. What it is I want all this. Actually, the wings ride up super high. Okay, even higher than this. Okay, looking at my reference pictures, even something like this is perfect. Let's see how the wing wires go. Yeah, he rides pretty high up. Yeah, something like that. Oops. I guess that does this right here, somewhere in that range. It's up pretty high. I'll do the same thing to the other side. Those wing wires way up on top here. Get you a little pin or whatever. There we are. There we are. This is kind of what you got. I make sure these, I guess you could say the secondary feathers kind of ride up just like how they're, I think they're supposed to. Oh, that's probably more accurate right there. Yes. Okay, right there. Okay. That goes like that. It's kind of like how that goes. Let's see, uh-oh, we got some feathers there that. Now I know these feathers right down here are supposed to kind of like, well, let's see, it's supposed to kind of like ride over them. Yes, like this. And there's a definite design. Let's see, I'm gonna lay that pin about right. right. We go in between there. There we are. Well, these things ride pretty much on the back. Definitely for sure. Pretty much everything is like that teal green kind of color. Everything is pretty much like that on the back here. I mean, there's not much anything else showing. So I think we're pretty close. These feathers, of course, right up kind of far. It kind of goes up kind of far. One of my reference pictures here. Well, they got the feathers going up pretty high on the back. That's for sure. Let's see. Let's see, that goes like that. Well, that's pretty close. That's pretty much how it's supposed to be right there. What we got going on here? Okay, all this is supposed to line up anyway. Okay. Just kind of trying to put some lines together. Okay, he's a little bit crooked, so I'll just... That's pretty close. There we are, that's perfect. There we are. Okay, I kind of got him lined up a little bit right there. Got some pins. Of course, he's missing one side, where they, I guess, clipped his wings so he couldn't fly off. Now I'm just going to preen the heck out of him, and then I'll show you what we do next. Okay, what I'm doing is I'm preening these sides here. They have a definite pattern the way they go. And, I don't want feathers to overlap that aren't supposed to overlap. And pretty much all that plays into effect. And really what kind of pretties these guys up is you don't want a lot of separation, unless he's just that way. You're going to get all kinds of stuff, as far as, what people expect you to mount and all that, but preen it and bring it as forward as much as I can. try to put everything back like it was. I'm not sure what's going on here. Even down here, all these feathers can be kind of preened out. And all this to line up real good. I think this is about as far as we can take that. There we are, preened right in here. That little streak goes all the way around. It goes like that. Want that to connect if we can. The hair colors almost look like streaks, in other words. So that's what we're trying to achieve there. We know that one kind of disappears for the most part right there. It's not super noticeable anyway. It is a little noticeable. Talking this top streak right here. That's pretty much it right there. That one lines up pretty good. That one's an easy one to do. Now something I didn't do is a lot of times you stuff a little cotton down there to kind of fill out his lower throat area. And it seems like it seems to improve things. Oh yeah, some of the feathers are kind of like breaking away from the body a little bit. Well, what we're going to do is put masking tape on in those areas. Just a little bit here and there, just to keep the feathers up against the body. And our feather patterns in place. If you preen your feathers right, you can get rid of a lot of that, you know, maybe places where the downy feathers are showing a little or something. That should be able to come out, is what I'm getting at. Yeah, that's supposed to have a separation right there. That's pretty good. Preening is everything on these old pretty birds. Let's see. There you go. No more downy feathers showing through. And that's kind of what it takes. Oops, I keep separating that. Okay.
The what? You standing in here?
Yeah, a lot of times I like to throw masking tape in certain areas just to keep things in place. Probably didn't need to do that. It was already connected pretty good. But it tends to help with, I don't know, keeping things in place a little bit. And it can kind of bunch them down like where if they're buckling up a little bit. So that can help too. I think a lot of it's going to stay right where it's at though. But you kind of do the other side the same way. I guess that little thing right in there, you want it to stay pretty good. Right in here, not too concerned about all that really. But I'm going to tape the other side real quick. Okay. Well, I got a little polyfill. Let me see if I can get this open. Should have already done this. But basically I got to separate that upper and lower lip. And actually looks pretty neat just like that. But what I'll do is I'll get just a little bit of that polyfill and I'll stick it in there. And what it's going to do, it's going to go below the, see, right in there. Probably should have used something a little bit lower. But yeah, so it kind of fills him out right below his throat here. And yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Just kind of fills him out a little bit. Probably could have been done good without doing that, but you get the idea. And so he's a little bit filled up underneath. Let's see, did I do that right? Yeah, that's it. Probably want to make sure he's down a little bit by way of that. That's pretty good. And you can also really just kind of work these feathers up a little bit up here. Kind of build up the body like towards the front's okay. He's got plenty of body up there. Like towards the back here though, might work that out just a little bit, you know, to get him flared up real good. There we are. Here we are. Now I'll bring those feather patterns back with my trusty pen. Okay, that's kind of what we got right here. I'm going to clean this off just a little bit, kind of see what I got going on. Okay. Okay, one thing I didn't do was I usually get my thumb on the eyes, kind of push them in just a little, and usually in, maybe more so towards the bottom, and yeah, about like that. Okay, looks like there's some white downy feathers down here. If I can get rid of that, that'll help me. Yeah, see. Oops. You can darken that up with like a Sharpie pen or something. I've seen that done a lot. There again, I'll put one there right in the front. Maybe another pen like right in the back. A lot of times I like to achieve that almond shape, and a lot of times that's what I'm going for. But a lot of times these eyes are open pretty good too. Let's see what we got. Give me a little bit of a Q-tip here, see what we got going on. I think it's what we got right there. Maybe another one. Yeah, I just want to achieve that almond shape of an eye. Okay, we got kind of an almond shaped eye. The narrowest point kind of being straight forwards, and then I guess the widest part towards the back of the eye. That's kind of what I'm kind of trying to achieve anyway. By this and that. So it's kind of what I got going on. Tried to clean that off so you could see what's going on, but didn't quite work out that way. But you kind of see what's going on. Okay, while I got him like this, I'm going to go ahead and cut this wire off the top. And what I'll do is I'll go down to the wire about as close as I can, and then snip it off. And then get my pen and just kind of preen him up a little bit. And nobody knows anything. We just let him kind of dry there. Yeah, I had his head down just slightly, a little bit too low. I raised it up just a hair. Okay, if I want the feet to stay good and spread, I'll pin them. Doesn't have to be much. Something to keep them good and spread a little. That worked. I have to repreen that. Basically, you just pin the toes apart where they don't, and when they dry, they don't shrivel up together. Well, we hadn't painted it yet, but this is how you mount a standing duck. In this case, a wood duck. Now, a lot of times when you mount them standing, you can put them up a little bit of an angle like that. It all depends on how you're mounting him. Yeah, not a bad looking duck. He's still drying. Well, the light's playing tricks on me. But yeah, it looks really good. See the feather patterns, and see up here on the back. Not bad for a bird with one wing. Yeah, like right here. A lot of it, I'd say a lot of it is those bird body forms. Mounted my bird on it, everything just lined up perfectly. I mean, it was a quick mount, you know, after I got done with the fleshing and all that stuff. Quick mount. He's snapped together pretty quick. Well, he should be just about dry, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and take all my tape and stuff off and try to be real quick with it. Seems to help. The faster you are, it really seems to help. You just start getting all the other stuff off. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, I ended up going back and reshaping this eye a little bit because it's too round. I mean, my reference pictures show real big and round, but it actually looks better if it's not so round, so I made it more almond shaped with more of a point in the front and a little bit narrower, and it looks perfect. So I like it a lot better the way it is now. I'm just going to take all the pins out. They should come out relatively easy. Here at the feet, we got some. Just kind of twist around, they'll pop up. I got a little Sharpie pen. See, there's like little downy feathers around there. I should be able to darken them with a Sharpie pen and get rid of them. Should be able to. Yeah, you can kind of. You can kind of see what's going on here. Now I've got some masking tape, and what I'm going to do is go right up to the beak and put some masking tape on. My goal is to keep paint off the feathers as much as humanly possible. Now, a lot of times even the corners of this masking tape will get right down there where you need it to be, you know, right there on the corner of the masking tape. Seems to help. Yeah, like that. So that's pretty much just on the feathers, but not on the beak. And that'll protect the feathers. You do the other side the same way. You do the same thing with the feet. You just strategically put the tape in a way that's, you know, sometimes you can get under the toes a little bit or whatever, you know, to control overspray. Yeah, like this. And yeah, it's masking tape's what you use, but I got a little bit of gauze tape and I'm just using it up. And I figured this is the perfect time to use it up. It's not doing me any good for anything else. Get up under there and get as close as you can to the feet without, you know, interfering with where the paint's going to go. And you do the other one the same way. Well, one thing I noticed about the feet, they're the webbing part, look how dark it is. It looks like the toes are the main thing. They're yellow, maybe a little bit on the webbing, but for the most part, yeah, they look pretty darn dark. But I'll look at reference pictures anyway to make sure I paint them right. Yeah, this guy ended up being covered up pretty good, but that's what you got to do when you paint the beak. Okay, well, my first coat is a little bit of base coat sealer. Just put it all over the beak. And it dries pretty quick. Put it all over your feet. Underneath. There we are. Oops, forgot to mention. Go ahead and tape where the legs connect to the body. And I just put a gap in there, but you ain't got to do that. But just whatever works for you. And yeah, just make sure you go around it with some tape. Go all the way around that leg. It'll help you from having to do all that cleanup with a lacquer thinner and a Q-tip, but if you got to, you got to, but it helps to put tape around it pretty good, you know, if you can. Also, when I paint a duck, a lot of times I'll lift him up, you know, especially if it's light enough, I'll just lift him up and paint him from underneath. You get, you know, a better angle that way. Thought I might add, you know, a lot of people will use stuff like, you know, bird feed injection fluid, and it's good for the feet so they don't shrink up. And it's really good for turkeys, and yeah, it's real good for ducks too. And it's, you know, it's a preservative. So yeah, I got him like he's sort of walking, I guess, a little bit, but you know, you might want to put him, you know, his feet, you know, flatter to the surface. Well, the first color is going to be yellow ochre, and you can tell by this back view, there's a lot of yellow, and almost, well, the paint schedule calls for dark brown and then black to make it like it's in between brown or black, but a lot of people just go straight black. Yeah, notice on here the darkness that's in the front of the leg. See how it kind of goes up? I guess if the yellow ochre is too dark, maybe you could, I don't know, maybe lighten it up, like paint it a little bit white first, and then maybe the yellow ochre, when it goes over it, it won't be as dark or something. You know, I've got my yellow ochre, and the first thing I'm going to try to paint, see that yellow on the beak? See how it comes up right along the very back of the beak? And right there at the point, it's probably its thickest part. And then it narrows down again right before you get to the center, and you do both sides that way. I've got my yellow ochre. It's good and opaque. You know, I like to pick him up and all that stuff. So basically, I'm going to show you with a brush. And what I do is I let it dry a little bit, the paint a little bit, and then you can apply it. And it goes on a lot easier. In theory. There's the yellow. Now we get the legs. Just spray it good and make it good and yellow. Some of this stuff's going to be black anyway, so you probably don't have to put a whole lot on it. You might want to put a little bit in the middle. Front legs, yeah, I can still see the kind of the black rings where they went. I guess it's not wrong to just get what's yellow and make it more yellow. Maybe leave what's black black. And of course, use reference pictures, which kind of helps. It's black right there, like right there at the base of where the heel meets the front of the foot. And even if you do paint with what's supposed to be black, you can still incorporate it in. You know, dark brown or black, either one, they're really good colors for doing stuff like that. This is kind of detail work. I'm getting probably in between the toes. For camera's sake, I'm gonna just kind of, even the toenails have a little bit of yellow. It looks like there may be a trace of it on the webbing. Do the same thing to the other side. See it up in here. Right in there. Yeah, if it's already yellow, just make it really good and yellow. And there's slight variations on these birds as far as colors. So that's something else to keep in mind too. We'll kind of straighten it up with a Q-tip and lacquer thinner and just a real small brush with a little bit of, you know, partially dry yellow ochre, you know, dry enough where it's going to thicken up where I can use it. And so that's what I'm doing. Okay, now I've got white. And I can already see what's supposed to be white. So I'm probably going to hit that pretty hard if I can. Let's see, it also goes around the nostril. It goes around the nostril, curves around. Okay, well they differ on the red on them. It does differ. And it does seem to go all the way around. So basically, I already have an outline pretty much. Now what's supposed to be red, I'm going to go ahead and put just a little bit on top of that. Oh, shoot. Because the gill red I got is transparent. So I want to put a little bit of something on there. Whoops. Try to stay off the yellow ochre. Okay, and then I'll kind of do the other side the same way. Well, this is kind of what I got. I noticed on this one, see up on top, you know, the white, well, you can't see it, but you can see the white, how the nail kind of protrudes on top. It protrudes, there's like a point in there, and then, but you know, where the gill red takes in at the bottom. That's what I'm getting at, is just the nature of the nail, you know, the end of the beak. And but I'm going to go ahead and brighten that white up a little bit more. And I might even use a brush. I mean, I've already feathered the sides out where I like it, so I'm going to go ahead and just brighten it up a little bit with a brush. Looks like every bird differs a little bit. What I'm going to do is, like, you know, right here in the center where it's really white, I may whiten it up a little bit more. There's a separation between the nail and the very top of the beak here where it's black. There's like a little thin separation there. And I'll go ahead and get that too. Depends on the bird. Every bird is different. That is wild. We're kind of using reference picture. It looks like there's some white that goes up here around the very upper top part. Let's see. Yeah. But this, I mean, you can't hardly see it, but it looks like it goes straight into the it looks like the black goes straight into the beak, but I know it doesn't. So, but all the beaks are, you know, they have slight differences, so it's hard to say where the red carries. Just, I guess I'm going to try to find just a happy medium, I guess. It may not be perfect, but I'm going to give it a good a shot as I can. And with detail work like this, and my airbrush is not the best in the world, this works. I mean, you get it done. And I'll use a Sharpie pen for the black so I can have good crisp borders with my black. Well, this is what I got so far on the side, just using white. That's kind of what he looks like from the front. And you can see the black, it's got a little bit of white misted on it. And I'm going to darken it up with a Sharpie pen. Well, come to think of it, I think I'll put the gill red on first. I think a lot of ways the airbrush is out of the question. Well, what I'm doing right here, I'm following the red along the base of the upper beak. And you can see kind of like a little place where the color change is. You can see like a wrinkle or something. You know, right where the red meets the white, just ever so slightly. And of course, you know, I'm using a brush so I can do the fine intricate details of where the red goes in comparison to the white and the yellow. You know, the yellow being on one side and of course the white on the other. And I may try to blend the stuff up in a little bit better where it doesn't look so fake, but I'm going to do the best I can. So right now what I'm going to do is get right there and try to go and meet see where the upper beak and the lower beak kind of meet. I'm going to try to meet there. Every wood duck is different. See, check this one out. This is the one I'm using, is this one right here. And so, yeah, a lot of difference. So just use a good reference. But that's kind of what I'm doing right now, is underneath the white, going all the way down to the bottom part of the nail. I'm gonna have a better control if I just make one solid straight line with my brush. This really seems to help. Yeah, I think you're in there. Oh, barely. Well, as good as I can get on that. Well, on second thought, I'm going to try the black with my brush. I'm just going to try to be very tedious with it. And I know I'm not showing it much, but it's hard to show it on video and actually do it because I don't know, it's, you know, you got to have the right camera angle. But I'm going to try. I got my Sharpie pen here. Now this is the particular wood duck I've got. I mean, they all differ a little bit. I kind of got that how I want it, like right here. Now right along here. Let me see, is that the upper beak also? No, it's just the bottom beak right down here. Not the upper beak at all, is it? No. Yeah, the bottom beak here, all this is black right here. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it. All this down here gets black. Right back in here. Anything that's below the beak there. The other side gets the same way. Yeah, according to my reference picture, well, you can see right here. And that's the bottom beak. If you look real close, you know, it's not the, it's not the top one, it's the bottom one. Well, sorry, it's possible to be a little bit too close. And the angle I am, it looks like I got a bad spot where I painted it white, but it's not. It's just the angle. See, sharp pin on the bottom. Now I'm going to go up top and take care of that. Yeah, I think I'll be happy with a little bit of uniformity there. Let's see, I've got a little, you can see how it is. What it's like on one side is like on the other side. And, well, you got to have a good picture, but you can kind of see right there a little bit. I'll get what I know is black first. Let me pull this up so I know what's going on. Okay. Yeah, if you do it on one side, you want to do it on the other. I have to constantly look at my reference picture because my memory is not where I can just remember how it goes without, looking. Okay, it comes in around the nostril a little bit. About like that. Then, pretty well straight. Not exactly. And then it rounds off here at the end. If it does it on one side, you want to do it on the other. There we are. That looks fairly good to me. I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. And probably touch up just a hair bit with white just to even things out. I kind of straighten it up just a little. I don't want to get much worse than that. Now if you want, you can use your airbrush with real low pressure and go around all this black to kind of fade it out where it's not so crisp looking, I guess you could say, around the edges. Same with the gill red and everything else. You just have to adjust your pressure down on your airbrush and you can take care of everything that way. But it helps to have a steady hand, I'll tell you that. Okay, what I'm going to do is take all this masking tape off and then clean up my overspray with a lacquer thinner on a Q-tip. What I'll do is I'll make a gentle rolling motion and I go with the feather. You'd be surprised, you can get right up to the edge. Right here in the middle, I sure messed up right there. That's pretty good right there though. Right here on the outer edge, wow. Kind of messed up there. Yeah, rolling motion is what it takes. Of course, being on video, it's a little bit hard to do. You know, hard to get at it and show it to you at the same time. But you just keep working with it. And we still got to do the feet. I hadn't done the feet yet. Probably should have already had that, but that's all right. You can see you can do a gentle rolling motion and it really does get that yellow off. That yellow is really bad for sticking anyway. But it will come off, definitely. Okay, now on every one of those like knuckle areas, you can still see it a little bit. I've got my black. Right here in front of the toenail, there's a little bit. Even on the very tip of the toenail. Right here on the tip of the toenail. The knuckles a little bit. There on these knuckles. Then you use reference picture and let that determine kind of how you do stuff. Sometimes it kind of goes up the leg a little bit, just a little bit. There a little. You don't want to go too hard with it. And of course you also get the web. They're pretty much dark anyway, just go ahead and kind of tint it out a little bit. Yeah, I've got a real good reference picture of the back. And a lot of it's got darkness anyway. That's dark. Let's see what else. It just fades out a little, even the top of the leg a little bit. Where it comes down from the body, that's a little bit dark. Like where it comes out of the body. Yeah, this part right here, where the joint is, the knee joint. Behind that's a little bit dark. And of course underneath is dark, where the bottom of the feet are. And then I let it go up a little and then fade out. Fade out from the back of the foot a little bit. That's how I do it. I do all my birds that way. Now we just take all this tape off. We already took it off around the, whoops. We already took it off around the head earlier. Well, now we're taking it off around the feet. So everything looks pretty and natural still. Also around the bottom of the legs, all that stuff comes off. So, should have went slower with it, but one more piece back here. There we are. Okay, everything is off. Still has kind of a washed out look, but yeah, really all I got to do for that is just put a little bit more black or dark brown or something like that on it. Yeah, I touch up with a little brown over. Brown actually looks more natural to me than black does, as far as overall color. So you might want to use dark brown instead. And you might want to get those claws, you know, I don't know, let you determine how good you think you need to get those claws. Now for a lot of people, they're done right here. And pretty much for me too, a lot of people say you've got to build that upper and lower eyelid. You can buy them already. You know, the eyelids that come with the eyes. I think it's a Wayne Cooper maybe. And what it is the skin kind of stretch fits around it. And you've already got your eyelid made up and your eye just goes in it. And I've used them. They look really good. But if you don't have that, you can use Sculpt Ball or Epoxy Sculpt and make your eyelids. I mean, they got to be minute. Go all the way around. As small as you can get it pretty much is about what you want. And once you got your eyelids, they look good. But I remember in the olden days, a lot of people didn't worry about it, and they'd be done. You know, depends on how much you're getting paid for it, and the customers would be happy with it just like it is. Okay, you want to make sure your eyelid's cleaned off good. Your eyelids, apologize. Not eyelids, eyes. Sorry, apologize. Believe it or not, there is a little bit of an eyelid still. I mean, it's dried up, but it's still there. You can kind of red it up a little bit. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, that's as far as you can go. But yeah, I just got a little bit of my gill red. There is a remnant of eyelids. I mean, it's not all completely dried up. It's still there. And it looks pretty good. I've got a little bit of gloss. What I'll do is go ahead and get these eyes good and glossy. Satin sheen gloss. And then just go over the legs all over. Of course, from underneath, probably should have waited before I took the tape off, but I'm not worried about it. A lot of people attach plants, you know, staple them on or glue them on or whatever you got to do. You know, use sheet moss and stuff and pretty it up real good. Yeah, you also want to get the beak. Getting that satin sheen. Hope I'd go ahead and preen the feathers and call it a done deal. This is the way I mount a standing duck, in this case a wood duck. They all have different paint schedules, but they mount the same way.